I'm so excited to be back already. I'm ready for college. Are you guys ready for college today? Let us dive into what sort of college work we're doing. Just not gonna. There it goes. Well, guys, let's do this. I'm just so ready for this. Discrete mathematics. Yay. Week 2, 10 home. Somebody kill me. Introduction, index structures. Omni calculator. In the lesson 2.1 to 2.4, you'll find an associated video lesson and lecture notes. Woo! Explaining material along with some related questions completely on index structure symbols in latex. Um, Note the underscore will allow you to enter a subscript, and anything more than a single character needs to be in swirly brackets. Summation. Whoa. Some limits on what? Uh-huh. What the hell am I looking at? I like how I chose this degree for myself, and I'm just sitting here like, why did I do this? Why am I torturing myself to this degree? You think they would give you like a language lessons class first before throwing you into this shit? Because I'm pretty sure this is coding language. Oh, hi, Justin. My day of doing college work has only just begun, and I'm already more confused than I ever will be. Yeah. No, little anime, please spare me. I could do it all tomorrow. It's true. I could do all of it tomorrow. Uh, you want to come look?
Week 2. How much is it? Why do they all have checks? Why does that have 100 and the rest have checks? Oh, so everything that has checks is incomplete. What is today? Date 11th? And today is what?
Mhm.
Meaning you have 6 days to complete all of that.
Yeah.
Is that just that class? Is there more in a different class you gotta do?
I have. Like,
Okay. So how many classes do you have, Jenny?
three.
3.
And then this.
How much work do you have to get done by the 11th? All the classes?
This is
Well, you have so much shit to get done by the 11th.
I can
No.
do within like literally I can do all of this
Do
in a day.
do your work. Go ahead and do it. And maybe I'll see about you taking a break, us watching anime, and then you get back to work. We don't really have
If you don't make me take a break, fucking.
all of our episodes are at we're only at 9 episodes on everything, dude. So we still got like 2-3 weeks.
You shitting me? We haven't watched anime like forever.
Jonathan, we had COVID for 2 weeks, dude. It felt like forever. I literally just checked. All of our animes only have nine episodes today. This week will literally be episode 10. So, dude, it's like I told you. By the time we finish our, we actually get to watch our animes and finish them, JD,
No, there's an episode 10.
today.
Yeah.
What show?
Second class, where he became a sage.
Episode 10 comes out this week, Jonathan. That means that came out Sunday.
Or it came out last week.
Last week was episode 9 on everything, JD.
No, it wasn't because we had already watched episode 9 like forever ago.
Last week!
We didn't watch anime last week.
We watched episode 9 2 weeks ago. And you're telling me episode 10 is just now out?
Probably sometime last
Meaning
week
episode 11 is coming out this week.
or next
Meaning,
next week.
I had COVID.
It took him 2 weeks to make an episode. No, because it was longer than that when we watched anime. This anime.
No, that's how I caught it. That's how I caught it because we watched anime that one day. You had COVID and I didn't. That's how I caught it. Because we spent the night watching anime and I cooked fruit fluff.
Sadness. We're just diving into sequences. Test. Boy, oh boy.
We do your work. And then in like, fuck, dude, that sucks. Because
I'll tell you whenever I'm done with this one class alone. How about that?
yeah, you do one of your classes. Tell me when you're done with it. Because you can do the other one tomorrow.
Do the other one tomorrow. That sounds fair. Calculus is going to take a whole 5 hours, anyways. Oh, sadness. What's good? We're in pain. I don't even feel like doing schoolwork, but I know I've got to. I gotta truck on, dude. I gotta continue living on. I have yet to get a response from either support team yet, so it's gonna be a fun day. The sequence is a special type of function in which the domain consecutive set of integers. I just got back from school. Well, welcome back. You just came back from school to go back into school. I hope you're happy just as much as I am. Cause welcome back from school just to come back and do more school. Um, I'm gonna do this myself, darkness. Don't worry about it. The brackets in G lowercase k, where GK is clearly brackets is used to denote a single term in a sequence, while the first index is commonly 0, 1. A sequence may start with any integer. Well, as integer 1 equal 2, s2 equal 5, s3 equals negative 1, s4 equals 7, s5 equals 8. The sequence sk is finite. Initial index is 1, and initial term is 2. The final index is 5, and the final term is 8. The indices are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the terms are 2, 5, negative 1, 7, and 8. Okay, now let NK for K equals 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. So 4, 5, 6 is, all the numbers. Where AK equals 1 over K. The sequence AK is infinite and initial index is 1, the initial term is 1, and the indices are 1, 2, 3, so on. And the terms are 1, 1 half, 1/3, so on and so forth. The sequence is increasing for every two consecutive indices k and k plus 1 in the domain, as AK is less than AK plus 1. A sequence is non-decreasing for every two consecutive indices k and k plus 1 in the domain, ak is less than or equal to ak plus 1. Notice that the domain is an increasing sequence is always non-decreasing as well because of ak is less than ak plus 1. And it is also true that ak is less than or equal to ak plus 1. Ah, huh. Well, what if you make a sequence is decreasing for every two consecutive ACs k and k plus 1 in the domain if ak is greater than ak plus 1. The sequence is non-increasing if every two consecutive indices k and k plus 1 in the domain ak is greater than or equal to ak plus 1. Okay. Oh boy. Let's watch this video.
Sequences. A sequence is a list of numbers where each number is in a position. Here's an example of a sequence. In the list, 10 is in position 1, 12 is in position 2, 14 is in position 3, 16 is in position 4, 18 is in position 5, and 20 is in position 6. In some cases, the elements of a sequence have patterns, like the above sequence, where the consecutive numbers increase by 2. However, it is possible that the sequence has no pattern, like the lower sequence, which contains the elements 10, 12, 9, 21, 15, and 7. Instead of using tables, positions in a sequence are represented with subscripts right after the name of the sequence. If we call a sequence A, for example, 10 is the element in position 1 in sequence A. This element is represented in sequence notation as A sub 1. A subscript is also called an index, and multiple subscripts are called indices. An entire sequence is denoted with the name of the sequence and a variable subscript between curly braces. If a sequence is called A, it can be denoted as A sub n inside of braces. When the entire sequence is denoted, the position of the first element should be provided right after the sequence, using the subscript variable. In this example, the notation n is greater than or equal to 1 means that the first element in the sequence is in position 1. Therefore, A sub 1 is 10. Sequences can start at any position. For example, sequence B has an initial index of 0, which means B sub 0 is 5. The initial index of sequence C is 4, so the initial term is C sub 4, and is equal to 7. A finite sequence has an initial and a final index. This means that the sequence stops at some point. Sequence B, for example, is a finite sequence since it has a first element at position 0, which is 5, and a last element at position 3 is negative 4. An infinite sequence never stops, so while it has an initial index, it does not have a final index. Infinite sequences are often represented with ellipses, which is the 3 dots, as in sequence D. Some sequences are represented by explicit formulas, where the variable of the formula corresponds to the subscript of the sequence. In this case, every term in the sequence can be found by replacing the desired position number with the value in the formula, and the value of the sequence can be calculated directly. For example, sequence B can be determined by the explicit formula 3 times n plus 1 for values of n greater than or equal to 0. The first term in the sequence is B sub 0 and can be found by replacing the variable n with 0. After replacing and simplifying, the value of B sub 0 is equal to 1. Any other term in the sequence can be found by the same method, by replacing the variable with the corresponding index in the formula and solving.
See, now this makes
B sub 1
much more
is
sense.
equal to 4, and B sub 2 is 7. A sequence is increasing if each term is greater than the previous one. Sequence D, with elements 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13, is increasing, because 5 is greater than its previous value of 3, 7 is greater than the previous value of 5, and so on. A sequence is non-decreasing when each term is greater than or equal to the previous term. More specifically, a sequence is non-decreasing if the new term is never less than the previous term. Sequence C has the elements 1, 3, 3, 4, 5, and 7. This sequence is non-decreasing because 3 is greater than or equal to 1, then 3 is greater than or equal to 3, next 4 is greater than or equal to 3, and so on. Increasing and non-decreasing sequences look similar, but they are not equal. Increasing sequences are non-decreasing, but non-decreasing sequences are not necessarily increasing, because the value might have stayed the same. It was determined that sequence D with elements 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13 is increasing, It is also non-decreasing, since new elements are never less than the previous ones.
See, this makes much more sense
Sequence C with elements
than
1,
whatever the fuck we
3,
were just being
3,
told.
4, 5, and 7 is non-decreasing only. A sequence is decreasing if each term is less than the previous one. Sequence B with elements 5, 2, -1, and 4 is decreasing because 2 is less than 5, -1 is less than 2, -4 is less than -1, and so on. In general, each term is less than the term on its left. A sequence is non-increasing when each term is less than or equal to its previous term. More specifically, a sequence is non-increasing if the new term is never greater than the previous one. Sequence G has elements 7, 7, 5, 4, 3, and 3, and is non-increasing because 7 is less than or equal to 7, 5 is less than or equal to 7, 4 is less than or equal to 5, and so on. In the same manner as before, a decreasing sequence is also non-increasing, since its terms never go up. However, a non-increasing sequence is not necessarily decreasing, since there may be terms that are equal. For example, sequence B with elements 5, 2, -1, and -4 is decreasing and non-increasing, since the terms never increase. Sequence G with elements 7, 7, 5, 4, 3, and 3 is non-increasing, but since some adjacent terms, 7 is equal to 7 and 3 is equal to 3, the sequence is not decreasing. An arithmetic sequence is a sequence of numbers where each new term is found by adding a fixed number to the previous term. So the difference between consecutive terms of sequence is always the same. This fixed number is called the common difference, and is usually denoted with the letter D. For example, sequence A has the elements 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and so on. It is an arithmetic sequence since each new term is 2 more than the previous one. So the common difference of the sequence is 2. If the initial index or position of an arithmetic sequence is 0, the explicit formula that defines the sequence A sub n is equal to D times n plus A sub 0. The variable D is the common difference, and A sub 0 is the initial term of the sequence. The variable n used in the formula comes from the index number, which is the location in the sequence. For example, it's possible to find the explicit formula of the sequence A with the elements 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and so on, since the initial index is 0. The first element in the sequence is 3. Since the sequence is defined for values of n greater than or equal to 0, it can be said that the initial term A sub 0 is equal to 3. The next term after 3 is 5, which is found by adding the number 2 to the initial value of 3. Next, 7 is found by adding a value of 2 to the previous value of 5. Adding the value of 2 to the previous value of 7, the result is 9, which is the next term of the sequence. In general, each new term of the sequence is found by adding 2 to the previous term, so the common difference, D, is equal to 2. If we replace these values, A sub 0 with 3, and D with 2, in the explicit formula for arithmetic sequences, we obtain the formula A sub n is equal to 2 times n plus 3. Another common type of sequence is called the geometric sequence, which is a sequence of numbers where each new term is found by multiplying a fixed number to the previous term. So the quotient between the consecutive terms of the sequence always remains the same. This fixed number is called the common ratio and is usually denoted with the letter R. For example, sequence G has the elements 2, 6, 18, 54, 162, and so on. This is the geometric sequence since each new term is 3 times the previous one. So the common ratio of the sequence is 3. If the initial index or position of a geometric sequence is 0, the explicit formula that defines the sequence is G sub n is equal to G sub 0 times R to the n. The variable R is the common ratio, and G sub 0 is the initial term of the sequence. Again, n is the variable used in the formula, and comes from the index number for the position in the sequence. So let's find the explicit formula for sequence G. The sequence is defined for indices greater than 0, so G sub 0 is equal to 2, which is the first element in the sequence. The next term that comes after 2 is 6, which is found by multiplying 3 to the previous number. To find the term after that, we multiply 6 by 3, and the term is 18. The following term is 54, which is 18 times 3. In general, each new term is found by multiplying 3 to the previous term, so the common ratio is 3. Replacing G sub 0 with 2 and R with 3 in the explicit formula for geometric sequences, we get the general formula for this sequence. G sub n is equal to 2 times 3 to the n power.
The 76. What did we get wrong in this one? Oh my god. One increase. One decrease. I got them flipped. I mean, still 70. How much is that? Affecting the whole grid. Not too badly. So, I don't think I care about a 70 right now. Alright, screw this shit. We're just watching the video.
Recurrence relations. A sequence is called a recurrence relation when the sequence is defined by a formula that is dependent on previous values of the sequence. In other words, new terms are found after performing operations on previous terms.
I don't know why these videos are short.
For example, if a sequence is defined only to depend on one previous term, the term a sub 1 can only be found if a sub 0 is known
Hell yeah.
and operations are performed to it. The term a sub 2 can only be found once a sub 1 is found, and the same operations are performed to it.
Fuck you.
And so on for each other element in the sequence. Since any new terms depend on previous ones, at least one explicit initial value is required. As an example, determine the first 5 terms of a sequence with initial term 4 and each new term is found by multiplying 2 to the previous term, and then adding 1. The initial term of the sequence is 4, so it can be denoted as a sub 0. The next term, a sub 1, is found by multiplying 2 to the previous term, which is 4, and then adding 1. The result of this operation is 9, so a sub 1 is 9. To find a sub 2, multiply the previous term, which is 9, by 2, then add 1. So a sub 2 is 19. To find the next term, multiply the previous term by 2, then add 1, to obtain a sub 3, which is 39. The fifth term of the sequence, a sub 4, is 79, which comes from multiplying the previous term, 39, by 2, then adding 1. In order to understand the notation of the recurrence relation, recall that the formula n minus 1 means 1 less than n. Now, if n is an index variable that represents the position in a sequence, the formula n minus 1 will represent the previous position. If n is 4, n is representing position 4. Then n minus 1 would be 4 minus 1, which is 3, would represent position 3. This means that the notation a sub n minus 1 represents the previous term in the sequence. For example, if n is 4, it means that the current term is n sub 4, and the previous term is a sub 3, because 1 less than 4 is 3. Note that a sub n minus 1 only means to subtract 1 from the position, so that you use the previous element. It does not mean to subtract 1 from the element in the term. As an example, find the first few terms of the sequence b, where b sub 0 is 10, and the formula for each new term is b sub n minus 1 plus 4. The initial term, b sub 0 is 10, was already provided. The next term, b sub 1, is found by using the formula, where the previous term, b sub 0, is added to 4. Since b sub 0 is 10, after adding 10 and 4, the result of b sub 1 is 14. B sub 2 is found by adding b sub 1 to 4. After adding 14 and 4, the result is 18. The next term in the sequence is 22, which comes after adding the previous term, 18, to 4. Therefore, the first 4 terms of the sequence are 10, 14, 18, and 22. An arithmetic sequence is a sequence where each element after the initial term is found by adding a common difference, denoted as d. Since arithmetic sequences are defined to depend on previous terms, they can be represented as recurrence relations as well, where a sub 0 is the initial term a, and a sub n is found by adding d to the previous term, a sub n minus 1. The sequence b from the previous example is an arithmetic sequence where each new term is 4 more than the previous term. The initial term of the sequence is 10, and the common difference is 4. And the first few elements of the sequence are 10, 14, 18, and 22. A geometric sequence is a sequence where each element after the initial term, usually denoted as g, is found by multiplying the common ratio, usually denoted as r.
Oh, God.
Using recurrence relations, g sub 0 is the initial term of the sequence, and g sub n is found by multiplying r by g sub n minus 1. Sequence g with initial value 2 and a formula 3 times g sub n minus 1 is a geometric sequence with a common ratio of 3. The first few elements of the sequence are 2, 6, 18, 54, and 162. In some cases, sequences defined by recurrence relations also include the variable in the formula. If the variable is present in the formula, other than as a subscript, replace it with the position requested.
Dude, auto
Sequence C is
protection
defined as
provider. Fuck
c
off.
sub n minus 1 plus 3n, where the
I don't
initial
want
term
any
is 4.
emails from you. I want emails
In this
from
case, we
like
want to find the value
fucking
of c
Steam
sub 2.
support and Discord support agent.
The initial term of the
I
sequence
want your
at position
spam bot
0 is
having
4.
us.
The next element, c sub 1, is given by c sub 0 plus 3 times the position requested, which is position 1. Since c sub 0 is 4, the value of c sub 1 is 4 plus 3 times 1, which is 7. To find c sub 2, the value of n is 2. So placing that into the formula, c sub 2 is found by adding c sub 1, which is 7, plus the multiplication of 3 times 2, which is 6. Therefore, the value of c sub 2 is 7 plus 6, which is 13. Some recurrent relations require more than one previous term. This might mean that besides using a sub 1, which is the previous term, another previous term might be used. For example, the term a sub n minus 2 appears. It means 2 positions before the current one. In general, the number subtracting the variable n in the subscript represents the number of positions before the current one. A Fibonacci sequence is an example sequence defined by 2 previous terms. What makes a sequence a Fibonacci sequence is that it's defined as the sum of the 2 previous terms. In this example, the first 2 terms are explicitly defined. F sub 0 is 0, and the value of f sub 1 is 1. After this, every other value, f sub n, is equal to the addition of the 2 previous terms, f sub n minus 1 plus f sub n minus 2. Since f sub n minus 1 means the previous term, and f sub n minus 2 means the term 2 positions before, the Fibonacci sequence just means the new term is equal to adding the 2 previous terms in the sequence.
Oh yeah.
F sub 2 is found after adding f sub 1 and f sub 0. So f sub 2 is equal to 1. The value of f sub 3 is 2, which you get by adding f sub 2, which is 1, and f sub 1, which is 1. The next term, f sub 4, is found by adding f sub 3 and f sub 2. So the value of f sub 4 is 2 plus 1, which is 3.
Cool. I'm gonna have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So Because look, if the first term A0 equals 4, I mean, they give us that one. So now it's 4 plus 7 is 11. 11 plus 7 is 18. 18 plus 7 is 25. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. What? So this one's 18. So now this is where it gets tricky because the n is 2. And is this 22? I think so. Ooh, no, it's not 22. How do I do this video?
Recurrence relation formula that, for example, a sub 1. Since any new determine the first, the initial multiplying. To find a sub 2, multiply the previous term, which is 9, by 2, then add 1. So a sub 9, and adding 1, position 4. Then n minus 1 would be 4 minus 1, which is 3, would represent position 3. This means that the notation a sub n minus 1 represents the previous term in the sequence. For example, because 1 less used the previous element. It does not mean to subtract 1 from the element in the term. As an example, find the first few terms of the sequence b, where b sub 0 is 10, and the formula for each new term is b sub n minus 1 plus 4. The initial term, b sub 0 is 10, was already provided. The next term, b sub 1, is found by using the formula, where the previous term, b sub 0, is added to 4. Since b sub 0 is 10.
It's the previous term is added. So I did this one correctly at the very least. So it's the same case here. 18. 18 plus... Is it 22? And then you add 22 to 18, getting 40. And then you take 11 times 3, which is 33. Then you add 40, which is then 73. I hope that's right. I hope I'm understanding that right. This Coleman's having fun. Color Red's having a great old time. Area below. Rhythm game encourages keeping a combo. Hey, rhythm games! Yeah! By awarding more for each note in the combo. The point increased by 50% for each successful note hit. Base score for hitting a note is 200 points. Well, since it's only 50%, I think it would be this. I think. Because it's not 1.5. That's 150%. We're only looking for a 50% increase. And this is just time to get about 200. Yeah, you're getting a lot of score with that one. If identify the next 5 turns in a Genie sequence given the following turns, where you add the 2 previous terms together. So, would this one be 1? Okay, so you definitely use 1, but what about these 0 again? So then you get 1, and then this one's 2. This one is 3. This one is 5. This one is 8. Right? Video,
10.
back me up.
The initial term of the sequence at position 0 is 4. Another previous term might be used. For example, a sequence is an example sequence defined by 2 previous terms. What makes a sequence a Fibonacci sequence is that it's defined as the sum of terms. F sub n minus 1 plus
Yeah,
f
I
sub
already
n
used
minus,
this.
and f sub n minus 2 means the term 2 positions and f sub 0. So f sub 2 is equal to 1. The value of f sub 3 is 2. F sub 4 is found by adding f sub 3 and f sub 2. So the value of f sub 4 is 2 plus 1, which is 3.
Which I forgot, right? Yeah, and then for episode 5, it's 3 plus 2, which is 5. So 6 is 3 plus 5, which is 8. Buddy, I am right. There's no need to question it any further. 88.3. We got one of these around. Oh, because you're increasing it by 50, not 150. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Is this saying A or B is correct? It's saying A is correct. So, like, you have a 50% increase onto your score. 0.5. I'm not wrong. Right? Or is that just dividing it in half 200 times? Ah, it is. It is one. In the case of things, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we're good. We're still fine. I mean, that one bumps it up to an 80. Which means if we do fairly well on the rest, this won't drop too much. Because look, we got a 90.86 right now. That's a lot of stuff.
Summations. A summation is the addition of consecutive terms in a sequence, starting at a given initial position and stopping at a given final position. Given sequence A with elements 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, and then repeating the elements, where element 1 is at position 0, find the sum of the numbers in the sequence from position 3 to position 6. First of all, note that 1 is at position 0 in the sequence. That means that 8 is at position 3, and the next number 1 is at position 6. This summation adds the numbers from position 3 to position 6. So 8, 5, 7, and 1 should be added. And the result of that summation is 21. The symbol that represents the summation operation is the uppercase Greek letter sigma. The expression that appears after the sigma symbol is the sequence used for the summation, which could be shown using either its name or its formula. In this case, the sequence A sub k is the sequence used for summation. The position of the first element to be added in the summation is represented below the sigma, along with the variable used for summation. This is called the lower limit. In this example, the summation would start at position 3, and the variable of the summation is k. The position of the last element added in the sequence is called the upper limit, and is shown above the summation symbol. The previous example can be represented using the summation symbol, sequence A, variable k, the lower limit of 3 and upper limit of 6. The process and results are the same, since the same numbers are added as before. Let B sub k be the sequence with the terms 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 14, for k greater than or equal to 0. Find the summation of B sub k from 2 to 5. Since the index variable k is a number greater than or equal to 0, it means that the first element in the sequence is at position 0. Therefore, the element in position 0 is the number 2. The lower limit of the summation is 2, which means the addition starts with the value of 6, which is at position number 2. The upper limit of the summation is 5, which means the last number in the addition is the number at position 5, which is 12. Therefore, the summation is the addition of all the numbers in the sequence from 6 to 12. In this case, the summation is the addition of the numbers 6 plus 8 plus 10 plus 12, and the result is 36.
The fuck?
Sometimes the sequence of a summation is provided as an explicit formula rather than a list. In these cases, plug all the numbers from the lower limit until the upper limit into the formula, then add the results. For example, compute the summation of j squared plus 1 from -1 to 2. The lower limit is -1. So start out by replacing the variable j in this formula, j squared plus 1, with a value of -1. The integer after -1 is 0, so plug this number in for j in the formula, and then add this to the previous result. Next, replace the variable j in the formula with 1, compute it, and add it to the previous result. The upper limit of the summation is 2, so this is the last number that should be replaced for j in the formula. Next, simplify the operations in parentheses to obtain 2, 1, 2, and 5. Lastly, add the numbers together to obtain the result of the summation, which is 10.
Okay.
A closed form is a formula that simplifies the calculation of a summation in some special cases. Instead of adding each element in a summation, the closed form reduces the amount of operations performed while obtaining the same result. If the terms in a summation are elements in an arithmetic sequence, which is in the form d times k plus a, and the lower limit of the summation is 0, the formula to find the result of the summation is a times n plus d times n minus 1 times n divided by 2. In the formula, n represents the number of elements added in a sequence, so n will be 1 more than the upper limit. D is the common difference in the sequence, so it is the number multiplying the variable in the formula. A is the initial term of the sequence, so it is the number by itself in the formula. Once these numbers are identified, replace them in the formula to obtain the result. For example, find the result of the addition from 0 to 19 of the formula 3 plus 4k. This is the summation of 20 numbers in the sequence 3 plus 4k, starting at position 0 and finishing at position 19. This summation contains all the numbers 3, 7, 11, 15, 19, and so on up to 79, and their addition is equal to 820. However, it is possible to simplify the number of operations to obtain the same result. Since 3 plus 4k is an arithmetic sequence, the closed form for the sum of arithmetic sequences can be used. Determine the values of the variables from the formula. N is 1 more than the upper limit, so n is equal to 20. D is the number multiplying the index variable, so D is 4. Lastly, A is the number by itself in the formula of the arithmetic sequence, so A is 3.
I didn't.
Jasmine said
Replacing the values in the formula and performing the operations, the result of the summation is 820.
Whenever I went into the fucking kitchen.
If the terms in the summation are elements in a geometric sequence, which is in the form a times r to the n power, and the lower limit of the summation is 0, the formula to find the result of the summation is a times r to the n power minus 1 divided by r minus 1. In this formula, n again represents the number of elements added in the sequence, so n will be 1 more than the upper limit. R is the common ratio of the geometric sequence, so this will be the number with the exponent.
Well, about a minute
A
left
is
in
the
this
initial
video.
value in the sequence, so it is the number with no exponent. Once these numbers are identified,
Let's see. I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, after this. Well, seeing how these videos are kind of short, this is only taking like 9 minutes out of my day every time.
That's fine. Give me a rough estimate of how much longer are you going to watch it?
2 hours. It took me nearly 6 hours to do calculus, and that thing only had 4 videos per lesson. And there's only 2 lessons. Their videos are about 30 minutes long. So.
I don't know. I want to do stuff, but there's nothing to do. Like, if I go like to my bed and lay down and watch stuff, I'll definitely go to sleep. If I sit in my chair, I'll just keep going on my mind. It's fine. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
given final numbers in the sequence from position, so it's used for summation. The element to be added in the summation is
Okay. And this is
the expression that appears after the sigma symbol is used for summation. This is called the lower limit. In this example, and is shown above the previous example k, or 0 to 0, it means that the first element in the sequence is that the summation is in the sequence. Sometimes the sequence of a summation until the upper limit. For example, compute the summation of j squared plus 1 with a value of negative 1.
Great code is an option of solving this. Oh, the verse sequence is. uh, Video, how do we do this? One, two, three, four, five. I gotta do this 20 times? You're joking, right? You're joking, right?
The values of the variables from the formula. N is 1 more than the upper limit, so n is equal to 20. D is the number multiplying the index variable, so D. Replacing the values and terms in the summation are r to the m's. The common rate in the formula finds 1 more than the upper with no exponent in the formula. Simplify the results to obtain.
Oh, well, this is gonna make it easy, huh? Alright, let's see if I got this. If I get. Okay, so 3.
With no exponent, so a is the numbers added in sequence, terms in the summation variable, so D is 4.
Okay, so D is 5. The plus the A is 2. The N would be 21. So so let's do this here. My fancy calculator, because so my D was 5 times the A, which was 2, plus D, which was 5, our N will be 21, because it's one above. Minus 1 times 2. Oh, wait. Let's make sure that all of this happens before the division. And this is all 2 divided by 2. I got 105. What happens if we do make this 20? I get 100. No, because then that makes it smaller. Or that's not the answer. I am needing. Is it?
Lastly, a is a number by itself in the formula of the arithmetic sequence, so a is 3. Replacing the values in the formula and performing the operations, the result of the summation is 820. Formula of the arithmetic variable, so d is 4. Lastly, a is a number by itself in the formula of the arithmetic sequence, so a is 3. Replacing the values in the formula and performing the operations,
Oh, this needs to be 21. Oh, because I'm dividing the whole thing by 2. I only want to do that. Okay. I only want to divide this by 2. This gives me a result of 205. But that's not an answer. So what am I doing wrong? Is this supposed to be a 2? This is also supposed to be 21. Oh, I got it. After fixing some wrong numbers. This one doesn't have. Okay, now how the fuck do I do this one?
the result of the r to the n power, and the lower limit of the summation is 0, the formula defined is added with find the result of the summation from 0 to 1 more than the upper limit, so n is 7. On the formula, simplify the
Okay. Okay, so let's take our numbers. 4, 3, 9. Alright, because we're doing one above. Yeah, okay. So our n is 9. Our r is the number in front of the k. is 3, and then the A is 4. Okay. So I got 4 times 3 to the power of 9 minus 1. This is all divided by minus 1. Right? No, it's R minus 1. Let me see, it was R again? It's R. Number in front, which we said was 3. Hey. Yeah. 80. This one? K plus 1? I don't know how there is. Okay, I got it. Sure. We're done with that. How much does that affect my overall grade? It's dropping. It's gonna be 80 soon. We gotta get a few more 100s in here, you know. We gotta get one. We gotta get like 2 100s to keep our grade at a 90 something. Fun.
Matrices. A matrix is a rectangular array of numbers or expressions arranged in rows and columns. Rows are the horizontal line of objects in a matrix. Matrices may have one or more rows. In this example, matrix A has 3 rows, and row 3 is highlighted. Columns are vertical lines of numbers or objects. A matrix can have one or more columns. In this example, matrix A has 5 columns, and column 5 is highlighted. The size of the matrix is given by the form m by n, where m is the number of rows and n is the number of columns. Since the number of rows of A is 3 and the number of columns is 5, the size of matrix A is 3 by 5. Note that when providing the size of the matrix, do not multiply the numbers, as the information about the rows and columns is relevant, and the result of that multiplication fails to deliver that information. The entry in row I and column J in matrix A is represented as A sub ij, where A is shown as a lowercase letter. More specifically, the first number, I, represents the row where an entry is, and the second number, j, represents the column where the entry is. For example, the number 9 is in row 2, column 4, so 9 can be represented as A sub 2, 4. A row matrix is a matrix with only one row. The size of a row matrix has the form 1 by n. An example of a row matrix is this matrix R, with elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. in the same row. A column matrix is a matrix that is composed of a single column, and its size has the form m by 1. Matrix C with elements 1, 2, and 3 in a column is an example of a column matrix. The size of C is 3 by 1. A square matrix is a matrix with an equal number of rows and columns, and its size is represented as n by n. Matrix S is a square matrix since it has 4 rows and 4 columns, so its size is 4 by 4. A diagonal entry is an entry in a matrix where the indices are equal. More specifically, a diagonal entry is where the row number and column number of the entry are the same. For example, 6 is a diagonal entry since it is located at row 2, column 2. And 11 is another diagonal entry since it is located at row 3, column 3. The main diagonal of a square matrix consists of all the diagonal entries, so it runs from the top left to the bottom right corner of the matrix. That is the entry in row 1, column 1, the entry in row 2, column 2, the entry in row 3, column 3, and so on. In matrix S, 1, 6, 11, and 16 are the elements of the main diagonal. A diagonal matrix is where all the entries that are not in the main diagonal are equal to 0. Matrix D is a diagonal matrix because the entries below the main diagonal and the entries above the main diagonal are all 0. An identity matrix is a square diagonal matrix where all the entries along the main diagonal are 1. Since it is a diagonal matrix, all the other entries are zeros. The identity matrix is identified with the letter I, which has the subscript that shows the size of the matrix. The matrix shown is a 4 by 4 identity matrix, so it is denoted as I4. A zero matrix is a matrix in which all the entries are zeros. A zero matrix may be of any size appropriate to the context. The transpose of a matrix is a matrix where the rows of the original matrix are represented as columns in the same order as the original matrix. The transpose of a matrix is denoted with the superscript letter T right after the name of the matrix that was transposed. Let A be the matrix with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 on row 1, and 5, 6, 7, 8 on row 2. The transpose of A is the matrix where the first column has the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the second column has the numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8. The trace of a square matrix with size n by n is the addition of the entries along the main diagonal in the matrix. The trace of matrix A is denoted as TR of A. Note that the trace is only defined for square matrices. So if B is not a square matrix, then the trace of B is undefined. For example, if A is a 3 by 3 matrix with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on row 1, 4, 5, and 6 on row 2, and 7, 8, and 9 on row 3, the entries of the main diagonal are 1, 5, and 9. The trace of A is the addition of those numbers, 1 plus 5 plus 9, which is 15.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Alright, let's dive right into this, not knowing what the fuck we're doing. Oh. Well, okay.
A matrix is a rectangular array of numbers or expressions arranged in rows and columns.
Oh, are we rewatching this?
Rows are the horizontal line of objects in a matrix. Matrices may have one or more rows. In this example, matrix A has 3 rows, and row 3 is highlighted.
4. There are 4 rows.
Columns are vertical lines of numbers
There are
or
2
objects.
columns.
A matrix can have one or more columns. In this example, matrix A has form m by n, where m is the number of
So 4 times 2 is 8. So
rows, and
8.
n is the number of columns. Since the number of rows of A is 3 and the number of columns is 5, the size of matrix A is 3 by 5. Note that when providing the size of the matrix, do not multiply the numbers, as the information about the rows and columns is relevant, and the result of that multiplication fails to deliver that information. The entry in row I and column J in matrix A is represented as A sub ij.
Oh. 4, 1 is 9, right? 2, 3 is 8. 3. Hmm? Wait a second. This one does not exist. Oh, what? Row 3 entry 2 is actually. This one's actually. Row 1, column 2 is 5. I think that is correct. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 by 3. That is a 4 by 3, right? Is it?
Entry in columns is 5. The size
Okay. What the fuck is that?
of matrix
No,
A
we're
is 3
struggling
by 5.
again.
Note that when providing the size of the matrix J, for example, the 1 by n, a column matrix form is a column matrix, or 1 by n. An
This is
example
a
of a
row
row
matrix,
composed of
column
A with
matrix.
L3. A square matrix is a matrix with an equal number of rows and columns, and its size is represented as n since it has, more specifically, a diagonal entry is where the row number and column number of the entry are the same. For example, 6 is a diagonal entry since it is located at row 2, column 2. And 11 is another diagonal entry since it is located at row 3, column 3. The main diagonal of a square matrix consists of all the diagonal. The 11 is where all the main diagonal are all 0.
This one's a diagonal. Oh, that's also a square. It's a diagonal, right? Right.
An identity matrix is a square.
Fuck! We got told the answer. Shit. Thanks for the answer. It was just like, answer? You struggling. He's the answer. What the hell is this? DT of matrix D. Yeah, oh, what? Video, do you got anything on this one?
Diagonal matrix. Identify 4. A zero matrix may be of order as the
Oh,
original name of the matrix that was transposed.
transpose. This is where we're at.
Let A be the matrix with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 on row 1, and 5, 6, 7, 8 on row 2. The transpose of A is the matrix where the first column has the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the second column has the numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So
The
would
trace
it
of
be
a square matrix with
this?
size n by n is the addition of the entries along the main diagonal in the matrix. The trace of matrix A is denoted as TR of A. Note that the trace is only defined for
Fucking died. Yeah. We got a 100. Let's go. Hey, an 85.83 was my overall grade now. A 90.99. Let's go. We're staying in the 90s. Norm. I'm not joking. We have this many left. We have 5 left for today. Tomorrow, however, this is what we're doing tomorrow. This is what we're doing tomorrow. Like 5. This is gonna take us like 5 hours. Again, an hour for each thing. Pretty much an hour a lesson. There's only 2 lessons. There's only 1 lesson. My bad. Actually, this probably won't be too bad. Test? Is that like an overall test of the whole thing? Literally having an aneurysm. Uh, probably. Woo, another 100. We probably should read this, right? Nah. We got video. Yeah, video man.
propositions, logical operations, and truth tables.
Take it away.
Logic is the study of formal reasoning, so a statement in logic should always have a well-defined meaning. Logic is useful in any field where statements must be precise. Logic is the basis for systematic thought, debate, law, mathematics, and science. In particular, logic is useful in computer science in areas such as coding, digital circuits, and artificial intelligence. The most basic element in logic is the proposition, which is a statement that is either true or false, but not both at the same time. For example, the sentence, "There are infinitely many numbers," is a true statement, and the sentence, "20 is an odd number," is a false statement.
I don't know why this
So
class
both
is still on
sentences
here.
are propositions.
Free
Propositions
cow.
are declarative statements. So if a sentence is not complete, or it cannot be checked to be true or false, it is not a proposition. For example, "What is your name?"
Ungraded.
is a question. It is not possible to check if it is true or false, so it is not a proposition. However, the answer to a question is usually a proposition and can be checked. The sentence, "Have a nice day," is a command, and since it is neither true nor false, it is not a proposition. "Bob" is an incomplete sentence and is not a declarative statement, so it is not a proposition.
Right.
The truth value of a proposition is the value that indicates whether a proposition is actually true or false.
Awesome.
A sentence is considered a proposition if the truth value of that sentence is true, false, unknown but can be checked, or is a matter of opinion. For example, it's true that 2 plus 2 is 4, so it's a proposition.
Yes.
3 plus 5 is 7 is a false statement, but is a proposition. The statement, "Monday will be cloudy," will be true or false in the future, so it can be checked at that time, so is also a proposition.
Right.
The statement, "The show was good," is an opinion, but in our purposes is considered a proposition.
Fuck.
Propositional variables can be used to denote arbitrary propositions.
Okay.
The most
So
common
opinions
variables
are
used in
now
logic are P,
propositions.
Q, and R, but can be any letter. For example, the proposition 2 plus 2 is 4 can be represented by the variable P, and 3 plus 5 is 7 can be represented with the variable Q. Compound propositions are created by connecting individual propositions with logical operators. In contrast, logical operations combine propositions according to a particular rule. Our first logical operation is the conjunction operation, which is denoted by a symbol that resembles a caret. This notation is commonly read as P and Q, and is called the conjunction of P and Q. The compound statement P and Q is true if both component statements P and Q are true, and is false if either P or Q or both are false. Defining statement P as 2 plus 2 is 4 and Q as 3 plus 5 is 7, the compound statement P and Q is the sentence 2 plus 2 is 4 and 3 plus 5 is 7.
Honestly,
By the rule of conjunction, this statement is false because statement Q is false.
We have watched the video.
Conjunction can be expressed in different forms in English, not always using the word and.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Some examples are
each of these have 5 questions.
the word but can replace the word and still represent a conjunction. It is also possible to use the expressions "despite the fact" or the word "although" before the initial proposition. A truth table shows the truth value of a compound proposition for every possible combination of truth values for the variables in the compound proposition.
5, 10,
Each row in the table contains a unique combination of values for the variables,
16
along with the corresponding truth value of the compound proposition. In truth tables, true is represented with an uppercase letter T, and false is represented with an uppercase letter F.
This question.
For two variables, the possible combinations of truth values are true, 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 false, false, true, and false, false. The rows in a truth table with two variables must contain these combinations of truth values, with no repetitions of the combinations. Using the rule for conjunction, P and Q is true when both P and Q are true. So the result of the conjunction on the row where both variables are true is true. Since the statement P and Q is false, when either P or Q or both are false, the result of conjunction is false in all other rows in the table. Another logical operation is the disjunction operation, which is denoted by a symbol that resembles the letter V. The notation is read as P or Q and is called the disjunction of P and Q. The compound statement P or Q is true if P or Q or both are true, and is false if both P and Q are false. Using our statements from before, P is 2 plus 2 is 4, and Q is 3 plus 5 is 7, the compound statement P or Q is the sentence 2 plus 2 is 4, or 3 plus 5 is 7. By the rule of disjunction, this entire statement is true because the component statement P is true. Since disjunction is true when at least one of the variables is true, the result of the truth table is true for the first three rows. The result of the last row is false because the initial values of P and Q are both false. In spoken language, the meaning of the word or depends on the context. In some cases, or means that one or both things can be true at the same time. This case is called the inclusive or, since the or can include both parts. Since this usage of or is the same as disjunction, the symbol for this usage is the same one we use for disjunction. In other cases, the word or can be used to mean that only one part can be true, and both things cannot be true at the same time. For example, the sentence, an integer can be either even or odd, but it cannot be both at the same time. Since this option has to be excluded, this usage of the word or is called the exclusive or, and its symbol is a plus sign inside of a circle. The exclusive or is true when exactly one of the variables is true, but not both. This is the case in rows 2 and 3, where P is true and Q is false, or when P is false and Q is true. The exclusive or is false when both variables are true or both are false. So in this truth table, the result is false in the first and fourth rows. The negation operation acts on a single proposition and reverses the truth value of that proposition. The symbol for negation is a horizontal line with a vertical tail, and the symbol should always be used on the left-hand side of the proposition. The compound proposition with the negation of P is read as not P. Since the negation reverses the truth value of the proposition, not P is true when P is false, and not P is false when P is true. If P is the proposition 2 plus 2 is 4, its negation is 2 plus 2 is not 4. Since the proposition P is true, its compound proposition, not P, is false. If Q represents the statement 3 plus 5 is 7, which is false, then the statement not Q represents the compound statement 3 plus 5 is not 7 and is true. The truth table for negation contains only 2 rows since negation acts only on one proposition. And a single proposition can only have 2 possible truth values. When P is true, its negation is false. And when P is false, its negation is true.
Hmm. Okay, let's do this. Yes. There is a number greater than 255. 3 times 4 is equal to 17. It is a proposition. What the fuck are the. Well, this is. Or? Not? And? Maybe? I
Two
wasn't
is
paying
4,
attention.
arbitrary proposition.
Oh,
5, which is denoted by a symbol.
I'm just. Just a genius. Maybe. A or B is true. A and B are true. The negation of B. Would it still be true? Is it true? Sword plus attack.
2 is 4. Conjunction can replace the corresponding truth value of the compound and denoted by because the component state meaning of the word or depends. This usage at the same time
Being
Q is
funny.
false. The symbol for negation is a horizontal line with a vertical tail, and the symbol should always be used on the left-hand side of the proposition.
No, I'm
The
actually
compound
working.
proposition with the negation of P is read as not P. Since the negation reverses the truth value of the proposition, not P is true
That's
when
a
P
pen.
is false, and not P is false when P is true. If P is the proposition 2 plus 2 is 4,
There's a mechanical
its
pencil
negation
if you
is
would like.
2
Actually,
plus
there's a
2 is
pencil
not
with it
4.
if you would.
Since the proposition P
Oh,
is
it's
true,
literally right there.
its
Look.
compound proposition not P is false. If Q represents the statement 3 plus 5
Exactly.
is
There
7,
you go.
which is false, then the statement not Q represents the compound statement 3 plus 5 is not 7 and is true. The truth table for negation contains only 2 rows since negation acts.
I think it's just true. Isn't
They're
this
like
just.
Christmas and they had the deals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, we used to go in there like $20 on like 6 games each. I remember
Everything
it was
costs
literally
60
it was like
bucks.
buy two get one free, and we pick out like $3 games, bro. For the sometimes we get PS2 games, sometimes we just get 360 games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's too bad that
Occasionally get the Xbox game that works.
360s no longer work.
Oh my god! Remember
Evaluating
that
compound
we had
propositions.
that Heather went and pawned off?
Which one?
The it was two players. We it was an Xbox game that we played on the 360. It was like one of the only Xbox games we ever owned that actually worked for the 360.
Viva Pinata Party Animals?
No,
The one that had all the mini games, or Dead or Alive 4?
those are all 360 games.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the original Xbox game that played on the Xbox 360.
the Ninja Turtle one?
No, no, no. For the low price of $40, you can literally own every goddamn Ninja Turtle game that's ever came out.
A two-player Xbox game that we had
Dude,
for
it might
the
not even have been 2
360.
players, bro.
I
I love the game.
Because the only one that I know she pawned off was Dead or Alive 4. I
Fine,
know.
we got it back.
Did we?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think we did. Because I know we also had that Viva Pinata one that I never seen again.
I remember specifically it was like the only Xbox, like original Xbox game we owned at the time. And it was yours and you actually enjoyed playing it. But it was like an actual difficult game for us because we were kids.
Dark Sector, maybe? Something.
I just remember it. It was crazy though. That game was. I wish they created a new port for the dinosaur game, Joe. I wish they would remaster it or do something.
Oh yeah, Torok was.
Oh,
I
did
want
you
to play
did you
it.
know that Microsoft bought Call of Duty?
Now Call of Duty's gonna be even fucking worse.
Oh, it after this eventually. I don't know when it is.
They're gonna have profanity filter on Call of Duty, Justin.
Dude, it's an Xbox exclusive game now. I'm pretty sure after this Call of Duty game, this new one coming out, it's an Xbox exclusive. So those Call of Duty fans that bought PS5s, can't wait to sell your PS5, can you, big man?
Oh god.
Good thing Xbox is like only $200 for the newest one.
Oh,
Yeah, think about that, Jimmy. Think about that. PS5s, the cheapest one from Walmart is $600 to $700. The cheapest Xbox, like whatever blocky Xbox, the big brick,
yeah.
that's only like $200.
Jesus.
Like chump change, but that new PS5.
Compound propositions can be created by using more than one operation in the same
$1,000.
statement.
All
For example, the proposition P or not Q is a compound proposition with more than one operation, a disjunction, and a negation. The most important operation in the proposition P or not Q is the disjunction, which joins two parts, P and the not Q. Since disjunction is true when at least one part is true, the proposition P or not Q is true whenever P is true. The negation of Q is true, or when both parts are true. Otherwise, the compound proposition is false
500.
when both P and not Q are false. The order in which operations are applied in a compound proposition may affect the truth value of the proposition. Typically, compound propositions are represented using grouping symbols like parentheses or brackets to specify the order in which the operations are performed. Since any expression inside of parentheses must be performed before any
I'm sorry,
operations
Mr.
outside.
Axolotl. Hello.
If no grouping
I couldn't
symbols are
say
present,
hello, Mr.
apply
Axolotl
all
there.
negations first,
Ignore
then
that. That is
conjunction,
just
and at the end, disjunction.
beautiful.
Grouping symbols are usually admitted when only one type of joining operation, either conjunction or disjunction, is used multiple times. To illustrate the order of operations using parentheses,
This looks like a fucking headache. Oh, like, dude. Yeah, so P and but not Q and or R excluding P, yeah.
evaluate the propositions P and the negation of Q or R. When the value of P is true, Q is false, and R is true. First, replace each variable with its corresponding truth value.
Okay.
So the compound proposition becomes true, and the negation of false or true. The first operation that must be performed is the one inside of parentheses. Since an OR statement is true when at least one part is true, the result of false or true is true. There are no longer any grouping symbols, so the first operation that must be performed is
So the negation of T turns to false. This would have been great to know on the previous one.
the negation. So not true becomes false.
Oh, that makes so much more sense
The last
now
operation
that I
left is
know
the
what it
conjunction.
does.
And since one of the truth values is false, the result is false. Therefore, in this case, the compound proposition P and the negation of Q or R evaluates to false. Compound propositions can be represented in words or in symbols, and it's possible to
it's going to be
translate
like what we did last
propositions
time,
from
but
words to
more
symbols by
complicated
representing
trig
each individual
functions of
proposition with a
doom.
variable and then replacing the operations with their corresponding notation. For example, if P represents the proposition the weather is bad, Q represents the trip is canceled, and R represents the trip is delayed, it's possible to translate the sentence the trip is not canceled or the weather is bad to simples. The first part of the sentence is the trip is not canceled. It contains the word not, so start with a negation symbol. The trip is not canceled is the negation of the proposition Q, so place the Q after the negation. Next, we represent the word or by using the symbol for disjunction, which is the one that looks like the letter V. The last part of the compound proposition is the statement the weather is bad, which is represented by the variable P. Instead of finding the truth value of a compound statement when a single set of values is given, it's possible to find the truth value of each combination of truth values and record each result using a truth table. To illustrate the process of constructing a truth table, the expression P or R and not Q will be evaluated. First, count the number of different variables in the propositions, not counting repetitions of the variables, and label this number as n. In the expression P or R and not Q, there are three variables, P, Q, and R. So our variable n is equal to 3.
Okay.
The initial number of columns in the table should be n. This means a column is needed for each variable. The number of rows is given by the formula 2 raised to the n, plus one additional row for labeling your truth table. For the expression being evaluated, n is 3, so the initial number of columns is 3, and the number of rows required for all the combinations is 8, plus one more row used for the labels. Right now, each column should be labeled with a variable. After this is set up, the column for the last variable is filled with alternating values between true and false. For the column next to that, alternate between true and false in blocks of 2. That is, true,
Thanks,
true,
Streamlabs,
false, false, and so on.
a final countdown joke. Thank you.
Moving to the left, alternate values by
Just what I
blocks of
wanted to
4.
see in my email.
This means 4 rows with true, 4 rows with false, and so on. If there are more columns to the left, keep multiplying the number of elements in each block by 2. On a truth table, rows are labeled starting with the first row of truth values. That means the row with the values true, true, true is row 1. And the row below with values true, true, false is row 2, and so on. When filling out a truth table, create a column for each operation performed and evaluate for all possible
I'm not going to be able
combinations
to
of
see
values.
it. But yeah,
The first step is to create a column for each variable with a negation. In this example, only statement Q has a negation, so create a column for not Q. Find the corresponding values for this statement, which are the opposite values of Q in the corresponding row. Next, perform the operations in order, starting with the expressions inside of parentheses, then moving to operations on the outside. In this example, the statement P or R is inside parentheses, so apply the OR operator between values in the column for variable P and the column for variable R to obtain the result. The OR operator is true when at least one value is true and is false otherwise. In this case, the statement P or R is true in rows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, and false in rows 6 and 8. The last operation performed is the AND operation between the result of P or R and
What the fuck
not
is
Q.
even going on anymore
These
in
values
this
are
table?
already known, we just need to refer to them in the table. Since an AND operation is true when both parts are true and false otherwise, the statement is true in rows 3, 4, and 7, and false in rows 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8.
What the hell happened to that table? I look away for like 5 seconds and the table is just got everything. Okay. Q or R. True or false, which is true. Yes, true. True. It's true. True or false? True. Okay, and this is false. Negation A, which is true, becomes false, yes? B and C is false, so it is false. B or C is false, so it's false or false, false. Oh, fucking shit. Wait, isn't this just true, false, true, false? Like the video said, it's alternating, right? Right? This. Oh, they've already filled it out. So we just put whatever the opposite is. Let's see. G and inverse of R. So true or false is false. True and true is true. False and false is false. False and true is false. Oh, fuck me, dude. So all this is inversed. So let's see here. So E is false. Inverse is true. D and E are now true, so it's true or true, which leaves true, which turns into false, and true and false leaves false, which turns into true. That's not a headache at all. That's okay. Match the sentence that mostly closely matches the symbol form. Given the following statement variables: the device connection is good, device is charged, account is active. All I heard was true, true, false. True, true, false, false, true, 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 false, 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 true, true, false, true, true, false, 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 true, 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 false, false, true, false, true, true, false, 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 true. Uh, so the device connection is good, and device is not yeah, that one. Think you're screwing with me now? No, look. So this E is the inverse of F. So F inverse is true. So then D is true or true, which leaves true, which is inverse, which turns to false. And C is true or false, or true and false, which turns to false, which is inverse to true. Understand me now? See? It's not a headache at all, is it? We're speaking the language of gods. The device is charged, but the device connection is not good. And account is not active while the device is either connected or charged. The account is active. Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I'm learning symbols. I got another 100! Hey, you shall never doubt the true, false, false, true, false, false, true. Why am I having so much fun doing it? Honestly, I'm honestly scared. Conditional statements.
Conditional statements.
Go on.
Compound propositions that use conditional operations are called conditional propositions. Conditional propositions expressed in English are often called conditional statements. An example of a conditional statement would be, if you complete your work, then you will get paid. In a compound proposition in the form, if P, then Q, the first statement, in this case P, is called the hypothesis of the conditional proposition. The second statement, in this case Q, is called the conclusion.
Doug, man.
Using the expression, if you complete your work, then you will get paid, as an example, its hypothesis is, you complete your work, and the conclusion is, you will get paid. A conditional proposition can be seen as a contract between two parties, like the statement, if you complete your work, then you will get paid. If you complete your work, which means the statement P is true, and you get paid, which means that Q is also true, the contract is fulfilled, so the conditional proposition is true. If you don't complete your work, you can either get paid or not, and no contract is broken. This means that if the hypothesis is false, no matter what the value of the conclusion is, the conditional statement is considered as true because the contract is not broken. The only way in which the contract can be broken is when you complete your work and you don't get paid. This means that the first proposition P is true and the second proposition Q is false. And since the contract is broken, the conditional statement is false. The conditional operation is represented with an arrow pointing from left to right. The notation is read as if P, then Q. The conditional if P then Q is false when P is true but Q is false. The conditional statement is true in any other case. The rule of the conditional states that if P is true and Q is false, then the conditional statement is false, but is true otherwise. This means that the conditional is true when both P and Q are true, P is false, and Q is true, and when both P and Q are false. On a standard truth table, the result is true on rows 1, 3, and 4, but false on row 2. The most common way to state a conditional statement is in the form if P, then Q. However, this can be restated in several different equivalent forms. One of those forms is if P, Q. This means that the word then can be dropped from the statement, but the conditional statement remains the same. In this example, if you complete your work, then you get paid, is equivalent to the sentence, if you complete your work, you get paid. Another form is Q if P. Here the order of the propositions is reversed, however the word if stays next to the hypothesis. The statement, if you complete your work, then you get paid, can also be expressed as, you get paid if you complete your work. The next form is P implies Q. In this case, drop the word if and replace then with implies. The statement, if you complete your work, then you get paid, is equivalent to, completing your work implies you get paid. Another form is P is sufficient for Q.
I got tired of it.
Here you drop the word if and replace then with is sufficient for. The statement, if you complete your work, then you get paid, is equivalent to, completing your work is sufficient for you to get paid. Our final example is the form Q is necessary for P. In this situation, you change the order of the individual propositions and introduce the words is necessary for between the two. The statement, if you complete your work, then you get paid, is equivalent to, getting paid is necessary for you to complete your work. Conditional statements can be translated from plain language into a symbolic form. In this example, we have the following statement variables. P represents the proposition, the weather is bad. Q for the trip is canceled. And R represents the trip is delayed. It is possible to translate the sentence, the trip being delayed is a sufficient condition for the trip not to be canceled. In this example, the expression is sufficient for appears in the sentence, which represents the conditional statement. Here we will use the symbol for the conditional statement. The proposition, the trip being delayed, which is represented by the variable R, appears on the left-hand side of the conditional statement, sufficient. So the variable R is the hypothesis and should appear on the left of the conditional symbol. Note that the word not appears in the sentence on the right-hand side, which is the conclusion. So the proposition right after the conditional statement should be negated. The statement, the trip is not canceled, appears after the conditional, which means that the variable Q is the one that should be negated. The final logic operation we're learning about is the biconditional, which is denoted as a double arrow pointing to the left and to the right. The compound proposition is read as P if and only if Q. A biconditional statement is true when P and Q have the same truth value, and it is false when the truth values are different. Since a biconditional is true when the truth values of the component statements are the same, the biconditional is true when both statements are true, and also when both statements are false. This happens in rows 1 and row 4. The biconditional is false when the values are different, so in rows 2 and 3 the biconditional statement is false, when one is true but the other is false. The biconditional, P if and only if Q, is in fact a double conditional. P implies Q, and at the same time, Q implies P. An alternative way of expressing the biconditional of P and Q is P is necessary and sufficient for Q. Conditional and biconditional operations can be combined with other logical operations to obtain other propositions. If parentheses are missing, apply negation, conjunction, disjunction before applying any conditional or biconditional operations. Here's an example. Evaluate P or the negation of if and only if R. For the case where P is true, Q is true, and R is false. First, replace each variable with its corresponding truth value. The compound proposition becomes true or the negation of true if and only if false. The biconditional appears inside of parentheses, so this is the first operation to be evaluated. Since the truth values are different, this biconditional evaluates as false. The next operation is the negation of the false statement, which now becomes true. The final operation is disjunction, and since at least one of the values are true, the result is true.
Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna be back. the land of the dead. Oh, banana bread. I know, it's more like a restroom break. Alright, let's finish this off. Oh yeah, we totally watched that video. Yeah, we totally watched this. You could and should attempt this activity multiple times. Oh yeah, yeah, just I was too busy playing Roblox. True. I think this one's false. I'm gonna guess that this is true, but we can go look, right?
Compound proposition becomes true or false. So this is the first operation.
So this is false.
Since at least one of the values are true,
So then this turns to true because it's an inverse thing. What? Q to P is a new Q, right? So inverse Q, true to true is true. This is false. This is false. This is just false. False. Oh, what if they're both false?
here's an example. Is P is necessary, conditional is true when the truth values of the component statement.
No, false and false equals true. True. And then if it goes
When the
just
value
one
is
way though.
conditional before the negation of first replace false. The next operation is
I
the
guess I
form
could go back a bit.
paid. The conditional is true when both P.
So this is true. So whoa, 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 whoa. G Q
and Q
is
false
true
P
to
paid
false.
work the word if between the two.
True is
The
false.
laid and should appear that the word
False.
the
Okay, so this is false. Genocidal Roomba has a chain. Chance to saw down an enemy and insta kill craftable is one chainsaw plus one Roomba. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about this one, but I know the rest is good. These damage is not. That makes sense. Huh. Huh. False. That is true. True. This is true. 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 True goes into true. It makes true. Yes. Yes. 100. Right? What? Uh, I understood none of that, but we got it anyway. Maybe not understanding is the way to beat the system. I just need to not understand whatever I'm doing, and then I get 100s. It's the way it works, right, chap? Da 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 da. Hmm. Yes. You know what? Should we just go into this blind and just see what the fuck we've got? We totally watched the video. We have no idea what the hell we're doing. A universally quantified statement is a proposition. Yeah, of course it is. Select the phrasing that best matches the quantified statement. Game X is fun. Okay, so the game. Some games are not fun. Um, yeah, I still have no clue. Uh, so we're already doing some, right? So this would be a few games. This would be not a single game, and this would be like every game is fun. Because this is what we're universal for all, for every. So, yes, for all games, for some, for few. Okay. Uh, what? Uh, I don't fucking know. What the hell is this? Like, what? EXQX of fucking. What? the hell? PQ? Like, am I supposed to be finding? I'm just going to B now. A is just. I don't. Fuck if I know, dude. Just false, true, maybe. No, because fuck it, say true. We answered false on one, gotta say true on the other. We're not making a 100 on this. Mm, all gray cats are friendly. Yeah, that's or, right? No, that's and. But still friendly. Some at least one cat is gray and at least one cat is not friendly. This is the or. Every cat is not gray or friendly. I mean, whenever you think about it like that, that's just at least an all. That's easy to sort out. But this shit right here, like some some of QX and some of PX are true? Oh, it's false. Or Q. I guess it's saying some of P is not false and or Q, which is true. It's not true. Something's false. Fuck if I know what the hell this is saying. Fuck it. Submitting it in a 95. Did I secretly know what I was doing the whole time? What did we even get wrong? The very last one. You mean I got all of this right, but the very last one? What the fuck? Chat, somebody, please explain to me how? Oh, we're done. We're done. Chat, look, it's almost 1 o'clock. We can go play games now. Look at that. Look at that, chat. We can go play games now. All right. Um. Okay. Now we can play Roblox. Steam games. No, we can't. We ain't got any Steam games to play. Can't play Steam games. We're gonna play this. 100% gonna play this. We're gonna play Shadow of this RPG. We're no longer doing schoolwork. Oh my god, okay. Alright. No more. Nice guy. Alright, here we are, chat. Oh, you're probably wondering what the hell happened and how we have so much moolah left. First, we gotta go level up a lot. Yes, I played. Don't like that game. Oof. Alright, let's just you bastards. I love how lag was the thing to kill me there. And yes, we do have to farm this one guy. There's nobody else here we can farm. Well, as effectively, I should say. So bad. God, this game's so laggy. Hey, we have over 1,000,000 HP now. well, we can officially go to the next area, but oh, we need a little bit more. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to be like level 100,000 by the time we get to the next area. That's gonna take a hot minute. Actually, let's go check the shop. Oh, hello. So if we go to our current leggings, they give us life steal, armor shred, bonus health, gold multi, and physical damage. This gives us physical damage. Doesn't give us the armor shred. However, it does give us more speed, which doesn't matter. Like, how much difference is... I can still one-shot that guy. Yeah. Alright. We cannot take on that guy. Does this change how fast we kill this guy? At all? No, it doesn't. Which is actually good. So that means these are decent. Well, I guess since it gives us resistance and stuff, so it makes sense. The only thing the other thing is that shred. You put these on, but it still has that life. Oh, there's not much of a difference. Let's go test this. Both reburners. I'm here for testing purposes. So with just all of them. Pretty much 2 mil of this. Am I doing more armor shred? Interesting. So what's taking priority? And if I were to put on this ring, the root ring. Wow. Okay, so it probably is better that I wear these, right? Because these give me more protections and stuff. Smaller child letters. And we don't have them, but they cost shit ton of gold that we do not have. Alright. Doing 2 million damage a second with lag. And yet still, the lag is just almost unbearable, dude. Like, he almost killed me, and that should not be happening with this much HP. Like, with this much HP, I should not be almost dying. There is actually something we want from this guy, and that's his staff. Oh, it's gonna be annoying to get this stuff, but this stuff is actually just good. Hey, another piece of the set. Wait, this offers even more damage multiplier, right? Yeah, this is just an overall. With a the only bad thing is we don't have a really good magic damage weapon, do we? Like, the only thing we've got is this. Can we farm this guy with just ghosts? That's the ultimate question, huh? Maybe it would be more effective if we equipped, like, I don't know, a bow staff or something. Where is my bow staff? We don't even have our stealth shield on. Just looking at it, it's dying. He still hurts. But this is like the best staff I've got, right? No. Because I have... Magician's Rod. I don't have enough for it, but that's actually a good fan. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I'll turn it down. We need this dude's staff. This is why. We have so much. We also, if we get his robe too, like, no way. Oh, it's over. We just got the best fucking job. Oh yeah, all we need is the robe. Right? Let's see, we need more healing power. How do we get more healing power? Wow. Okay, so this is not even as good as my magic rod. Oh, there's no way. Oh my god, we just need the hat. We just need the hat, right? Where is that? Or is this the full set? useless emails, ones that I don't care for. So now, if we use this, right? There's something that I'm missing. Am I missing something? Like, what else is this dude wearing? The crown? But I'm pretty sure that's just part of the avatar. Like, what else is there? Like, like, the only thing that isn't like the impossible rarity is, well, that's Darkonium. So wait, what if we just do this though? Like, screw the healing power. Like, what if we just well, we've gone from a damage build to a full-on mage build. And he still hurts. There's gotta be something else, right? Golden Scepter. I don't even know if we have that or not. I don't think so, so we'll just buy it just to have it. It's another godlike. Oh wait, this has plus 500 magic power. Oh! Oh! Wait, am I still life leeching from these guys? Like, not with this. So I'm no longer gaining life. It's somehow worse than this staff. So wait. Well, that works. We just need the shield, right? We just need the health. Health regen. I mean, we're level 115,000. You think we'd have stupid amount of like damage, especially with the healing wand of healingness. Magic damage multiplier? Oh. What if we were to equip this? Oh, now we're talking. Okay, and what about... This is a meme at this point, but magic damage. Oh, now... Okay, so what if we're wearing this? Have this, right? Sucks. Okay, I get it. This stuff sucks. This stuff sucks. Not this one, though. This one shouldn't be bad. Right? Alright, let's go test the power of this staff versus the other staff, right? Wow! And what if I'm wearing all of this? not too bad. But what about stupid magician's rod? Yeah, nothing comes close to this magician's rod right about now. Nothing even comes close. There is a thing we can go get. I think we can get something from this guy. Wait, can't I just bully this guy with ghosts? I can. I can just bully this guy with ghosts. I'm sure this is not effective, is it? No. Oh wow, I had so much overhealing that I survived death. So, with how much damage do these ghosts do? Not as much as I would like. You know? Hello? Oh no, I ran too far. Damn. I'd actually need help taking on this guy. Because even if I were to put on all my health equipment, Oh, I actually need to equip this helmet to get out there. see, that guy drops 1 mil. Versus this guy down here. Yeah, so that other guy is more beneficial. Okay. Oof. May as well just to collect it. Plus 25 melee power? Like, dude. The guy's a joke at that point. Alright, I don't want to rebirth 4. Oh, I'm done. Oh, I thought you would have checked down on me sooner than that.
You told me that it took 4 hours.
Yeah, I thought it was
But
gonna
those
take
were
longer.
30 minutes long. You told me these were 9. You said give you 2 hours. I started an hour and a half long movie. And you're sitting here done?
Yeah?
Ah. God.
God. Shit. How are we gonna do this? Oh, we didn't even have the XP ring equipped. Well, there's an issue here, chat. Oh, yeah. Where's my giant hat? We need more physical damage multiplier. We need something that's better than these golden bracers. Oof. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a dodge roll. Like, chat, where do I even begin in this world? The Tarnished? Wow. Hey. For your profile pic? I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell. I don't even know when you said that. It's expensive. Alright, he has the weaker wings, which I can equip. He does have that. I hate these wings. Oh yeah, he's trying to get the cubit. Back her up there. Come on, I'm going to. Is there even anything over here? Oh well, there's this. Interesting. Alright, this isn't what I was supposed to be doing. Interesting spot. Christ. That guy has a lot of HP. Hate this game. This dude's sitting here like attracting all the fucking evil guys. Like, yeah, brilliant fucking idea, man. Oh wow, so that's worse. Joking. And now I've got to find a good way of getting to 1 mil. Joking. Oh my god. I hate these wings so much. Oh, yep. Just fall through the ground real quickly. So that way I know I'm not going to do it whenever I try to go for this portal. Mm-hmm. Wait a second. I actually want to try that. I want to try this weapon out, but first... Like, anytime I die, I should just come here and check the shop. SpongeBob. Shop doesn't change while there's players near it, unfortunately. Terrible weapon. Man, do I just not have any good weapons? You're joking. That guy actually does so much damage. Well, he is a whole 200,000 levels ahead of me, so... weapon? Is it good? Is this even good? That's like the question, huh? Is the poison even good? Oh, that's just a poor test. The answer is no. Wow. Oh wait, he's a soul food. Yeah. Yeah, let me just. Alright, check. One. time? No! What an unfortunate circumstance. We were meant to be, like, killing this dude this whole time. Like, this whole time we were meant to be killing this dude so he wouldn't have to farm. All that potential XP wasted. What else should we play, Norm? Like, what else are we gonna play?
And so, all the time, well, where's the public thing? So it's all the time you do. It's like,
Is this guy, like, shot right now? Who else is here? Is he a 7 rebirther or somebody else? Who else is here? There's nobody else in the forest beside me. Why are they here? I don't even want to fight that guy. He's gonna fucking wreck my shit. Ow. He hurts. What's this guy doing here? whatever you fucking hack. I don't even know if I can fight any of these dudes. Yeah. Yeah. Now have nothing better to do with your time. Yeah. Just the way it is. Oh wow, this weapon sucks. Gee golly. Who would have ever guessed that that weapon was gonna suck? Who would have ever guessed? Also, do I have more HP with that other helmet? No. So golden fishing cap, still probably better. I'm just gonna take this for the extra armor shred. Wow. Dude, I hate this game. I hate Roblox. But it is this point in time that I decided I hated Roblox. Hey, you piece of shit. Alright, let's go fight this fucker. Because now that we know that we can just kind of stand there. No, Oh, we kind of can't just stand there. Oh, like, how the fuck was that guy doing, like, 3 million damage at my level with the same setup, but, like, that helmet? Like, I don't understand. Is it the range? Am I wearing a stupid... I'm wearing the stupid ring. Oh my god. I'm wearing the idiot ring. Although I'm pretty sure... Yeah. Jesus Christ. Shop. Give me the godliest god sword for, like, 254 billion. That's all I need. Wow. That's a, that's just wow. But mine's just a Mog. What do you got? The same shit you usually got. Good to know. What about the hub? You got anything good? Hey, 2 new things to try out. So we got a Barley Tome. Tome grant skilling and damage buffs to nearby allies. $1.8 million. Not bad. What about... And if we use the healing set... Hey, 1.2 million. About the Barley Tome. Wow. Wow. Spell Sigil and this now, too. Oh, not the Wicked Dagger. This. And this. The hell was that? Oh! Well, ghosts, Hara go. Oh well, we just jumped over the whole thing. even damaging you? The answer is no. So then what the hell is the point of this book? Like, this set? Like, is it even a What are we doing? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna get down.
Oh boy. So the same game and I'm mashing R just to summon ghosts. God world. I don't think this armor set's quite cutting it out. Why do I even try sometimes in this game? My PC is not good enough for this stupid shit. Wow. I fucking love the fact that you can just casually just hoverboard down to your fucking doom on this one ledge. I'm so glad that they put this portal here. Yeah, there's my clip in the ground moment. Oh no, we're just gonna let it take us in. We are just... Okay. Dude literally said, no, you're dying. I just said okay to that. You know what? You die, they die. And I don't get it. okay. That just, I don't know, man. How did my friend make that set so good? I will never know. Wasting almost 6 hours of your life on this. Yeah, yeah, sounds about right. My life. Oh, the game tried to fuck me. Uh, you know what, Norm? What should we play? What should we go play then? Like, since you're so ecstatic on this guy. Oh, this guy's there's actually a dude down here farming. That one droid game. You know what? Yeah, we could. Yeah, let's go play that one droid game. Fuck it. I think I remember favoriting the droid game. Did I not favorite the droid game? I thought I did. Not droid experiences, preferably. Oh, I didn't add it to my favorites. That's kind of awkward. Alright. Randomly generated droids. Please. Yeah, let's go. It's time to go get fucked. Wait. Can I buy I can. Let's fucking go. I'm now Archer. 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 I know Archer people. Archer. What we got? Target. What is this target doing? Mm. Oh. 5 damage, 10 lunge, 25, 30, 50. Interesting. Oh, I shot that dude, but whatever. When you use gain 1 defense? Sure. I forgot to press shift lock. Oh dear. Oh, I still like this more. Yup. Credits.
honestly, the first thing you should